Good morning, Mr. Lopez.
Buenos días.
Good morning.
You here as well.
Excuse me, Mr. President, I'm not sure what you just said. This is the interpreter.
Whether the witness hears as well.
Sí.
Yes, and it must get much closer to the mic, the interpreter interjects. The witness is too far from the microphone or speaking too soft.
A bit closer to the mic, please. And you can leave the microphone on. It will be easier for you. May I first ask you to state your full name for the record, please?
My name is Jose Valentin Lopez Blandon.
Very much. You have been called as a witness of fact to this proceeding, and as a witness of fact you will be required to tell the truth. I would therefore ask you to make the witness declaration, which you should have in front of you, please.
He needs his reading glasses. I think he might have left them in the room. I'm sorry.
Mr. Molina, would you like me to go down? I'd be happy to.
Yeah, Mr. Fabian just went and got
He
them.
has his glasses.
Oh,
in
there they are.
Okay.
Thank you.
Declaro
I hereby declare as witness, I solemnly declare upon my honor and conscience that I shall speak the truth, the whole truth, and only the truth.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. You have submitted two witness statements in this proceeding. The first one dated March 3, 2023, and the second one March 8, 2024. You should have hard copies of these witness statements on the desk in front of you. Can you please confirm you have them? Is there an issue with interpretation? I asked you to confirm whether you have your witness statements in front of you on the desk. Can you please confirm you have them?
sí.
Can you?
Yes. Yes, I have three.
Two, I believe. There should be two witness statements.
Son tres.
It's three.
Mr. President, I believe he says three because he has his two declarations, and then he's got a separate document that has some clarifications that he plans to make.
Okay, understood. Can you please take a look at your statements, the documents that you have on the desk, and confirm that these are your statements?
Yes. I have three statements on my second statement. First, at paragraph 13 in the first line.
Yes, you can make the corrections then with counsel. So I just ask you to confirm that these are, I would just ask you to confirm that these are your statements, and then we will move on.
Sí.
Yes, they are.
Just to explain briefly the way the process will work, there will be first a brief examination by counsel for the respondent, Republic of Nicaragua. Then there will be cross-examination by counsel for the claimant, Riverside, and then possibly further questions by counsel for the respondent. The three members of the tribunal may put questions to you at any time. Is that clear?
Yes.
Very good. So I'll hand over to counsel for the claimant, for the respondent, please.
Buenos días, señor López.
Good morning, Mr. Lopez. Good morning. Could you get a little closer to the microphone, please? How are you? Fine, fine. You just confirmed for the president that you submitted 2 witness statements in this case, correct? Yes, that's right. And you have clarifications to make your testimony, right? Yes, that's right. Could you read them out loud, please? Yes. I have 3 clarifications to make to my second statement. First, at paragraph 13 of my first statement, there I'm referring to Carlos Rondon Voices. And then in the same paragraph, at lines 8 and 9, I want to clarify that I'm referring to Mr. Carlos Rondon Molina, who is the son. Second, in the last sentence of paragraph 23, I'd like to insert a footnote and that would be to add Exhibit R177, tab 39. Next, at paragraph 25, after the word approximately, I'd like to add the following phrase. After the first, Mr. Rondon Voices. Could you read the last clarification one more time, please? The third one? The third one. Third. At paragraph 25, after the word approximately, I'd like to add the following phrase. After the death of Mr. Rondon Voices. Thank you very much, Mr. Lopez. Obviously, you're able to read my question for you.
I'm sorry, I'm just confused. The corrections were to the first witness statement, in particular the one with the new footnote at paragraph 23, or was that to the second?
All 3 were to the second.
Oh, because okay. He said the first, and so that's why we couldn't find this as we were going through.
I understand.
And it would have made no sense to be able to refer to an exhibit that wasn't available. That's the only reason. So
All 3 were to the second.
He did say the second.
Pardon me?
He did say that these corrections are to his second witness statement.
I believe he also said the first. So as long as we're clear, we don't. If we don't need to go back. I just want to make sure that we're clear so that we don't have a problem. So this is all to the second statement,
That's correct.
as he's noted.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I'm so sorry.
Mr. Lopez, obviously, perdón, te voy a hacer.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm going to put the questions to you in Spanish. Mr. Lopez, obviously you're able to read. My question for you is, how far did you go in school? 6th grade. And why did you not continue studying beyond that? I did not continue studying because at that time the war came. the War of the Counter-Revolution. And I was with a Contra. I went to the war and I joined the struggle against the Sandinista Front at that time the government. I'm now going to put some questions to you about your testimony very briefly. When did you go to live at Hacienda Santa Fe? In 1990. And after you went there that year, what happened? After we demobilized, we gathered, and we were taken to the Hacienda Santa Fe, where they gave us some lands. They gave us that farm. And when you went there, for the initially, who did you encounter there? Well, when they took us there initially, there was no one there. I got there. We were there for a time. Then Mr. Carlos Rondon Voices introduced himself and spoke with us. We proposed to him that we should negotiate the property. It had been assigned to us. So he came to agreement with us. We had an oral agreement that we should take a part of the upper part of the property, which was abandoned, and we took that area then. And what did you do when you took possession of that area? What did you do in the following years? Yes, at that time we began to work to raise our families, our houses, plant crops, everything that we could do there. And what else did you do to strengthen your community at in that upper part? Yes, we began to grow stronger. We organized in a cooperative in order to take out loans and to be able to engage in transactions with the government so they'd give us an answer regarding the property. And just to confirm, this upper part that you called it El Pavón? Yes, El Pavón. And why do you no longer live in El Pavón today? Well, yes, because at least we were doing well up until 1997. After the death of Carlos Rondon Voices, things changed because the children, Don Carlos's children, came, and they came in to change things. And how did they change things? Because they took initiatives vis-a-vis the government. They came with a multi-million-dollar project that they were going to have with ferns, and we were there where they were going to plant the ferns. So they took initiatives vis-a-vis the government, and they removed us in 2003. And after they removed you, where did you go to live? After they removed me, well, I was the first one to be removed. They took down my house. I had to leave. Some were still on the property, and I went to my place, which was a kilometer away from El Pavón. We're now going to skip to 2017-2018. In your witness statement, you speak of events that occurred at the Hacienda Santa Fe in those years. Could you first give us a summary of what you testified to as to those events? Well, in 2007, Mr. Wendell Blandón, known as Wama, came. I'm sorry, 2007 or 2017? 2017. Go ahead. In 2017, this man known as Wama came and invited me to take this property once again because there were documents from the previous government. He said, come with me so we can take it, that the property is abandoned, and now they can give us assurances in respect to this property. And I told him at the time that I couldn't because there were already a lot of problems, and we had done that before, and it wasn't possible to go there because it was private property. We could have problems. And so you did not participate in that takeover? No, I did not. And if you did not participate, how do you know or how do you have knowledge of what happened in that takeover? Well, yes, because the members would pass by my house. There's a hamlet on the way, about a kilometer away, or there's a path rather that goes by my house, and they told me that they were there on that property which they had taken. Mr. Lopez, do you recall that at paragraph 7 of your first statement, you presented a map of Hacienda Santa Fe? Yes, that's right. I'm going to ask that the map be shown on the screen, and I'm going to ask the members of the tribunal to allow you to get up from your chair and to point to where you live in relation to that hacienda, if the president would so permit.
We put a pointer up there. If he would like to use the pointer, it might be more comfortable for him.
I'm not sure he knows how to use it, and I'd rather just... Thank you, though, Mr. Hill.
Okay, Ms. Molina, let's go ahead and see. The only thing we need to make sure is that he has a microphone so that we have his explanation on the record.
Look, I'm going to ask this, Mr. President. Could I just have him point, and then I will read into the record where he's pointing? Would that be okay?
That will be okay.
Señor López, hágame el favor.
Mr. Lopez, if you could take the headphones off for a second, and if you could get up from the chair and approach the map that's on the table in front of, or that's on the screen in front of your table, and if you could, without blocking the tribunal's view, show us exactly where you live. For the record, Mr. Lopez just pointed to an area approximately 1 kilometer to the west of the western side of the El Pavón sector. With that, I have no further questions.
Very much. Can you put your headphone? Now, Mr. Lopez will move to the cross-examination will be conducted by the Claimants Counsel. Because there is a simultaneous interpretation, I would ask you to wait for a second before you start answering the question so that the interpreter can catch up and translate what is being said. And of course, the same applies to the Claimants Counsel, as you already know.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Excuse me, Mr. President, I understand that the live streaming has gone down, and I would not want this witness to not be available to the public, and it's just been brought to my attention. I thought this might be appropriate before everything begins. Could we just make an investigation?
Okay, let's go off the record for a second.
Señor López, perdón. No, simplemente estamos tomando una pausa.
Mr. Lopez, we're just taking a short pause because right now we understand that the broadcast of this hearing, well, there appears to be a problem with the broadcast, so we're going to fix that. And once it's fixed, we'll continue. Okay? It's okay. And I think you have some tea right there, or water as well.
Mr. President, if you could just make sure that we are sure that not only the stream's going, but that the translation's going to the streams. Just a small test, just the beginning to make sure, because sometimes we've had that problem that a channel's not working.
I believe this is being checked as well. Okay, so do we have a longer break, or do we work around, like having the transcript of this part of the hearing published on the website of ICSID? Clayman?
Mr. President, I'm sorry. The hearing needs to be public. And because the tribunal has decided not to post the videos each day, and the only opportunity for the public is the live stream, it's especially important that it's done in that way. Because otherwise we can't meet the obligation of the treaty. So but I think that we're right on schedule. I think we can work around this in general, but I think we should wait for the live stream. And I'm hoping it will be relatively soon. And I simply would also add, while they're checking, if they have an idea of whether it was working at all with respect to the direct, we would, because we have to decide how we handle that as well.
Respondent?
We're willing to do whatever is needed to get through this efficiently.
So we go on the record for this part of the hearing? Back on record? Apparently, there has been no live streaming since this morning. So what we would do is we will post a video recording of the hearing from the beginning of the day until the end of the direct examination on the ICSID website as soon as it's available. We will wait for half an hour to see whether the problem can be sorted out. That much we have leeway in the program. If it's not sorted out by then, we will resume the hearing, and the video recording, which is being done in any event, will be then posted on ICSID website as soon as possible. So we have now a break of half an hour until 10 o'clock.
Before you take the break, I just want to report that council used the time while the tribunal was deliberating to see if we could come up with some other practical answers along the way as this process goes along. And Mr. Molina can speak on that as well. So we just wanted to pass along that on a preliminary basis, assuming that we're able to get the next day underway properly and smoothly, we would like to be in a position to have the damages experts to each start on their individual day. In other words, that Mr. Kotecha will start on the morning of the day he's scheduled, so he'll have an opportunity to hear and evaluate the legal evidence before him. And it's furthermore, Mr. Hart won't be started at the end of the day, but start at the beginning of the next day, and that will give him an opportunity. So in other words, we're going to try to refrain from breaking those witnesses overnight, because we think we'll have enough time, but it's not enough to get both on at the same time. So our difficulty is we don't have enough hearing hours in one day to hear both damages experts in one day. So it's about what are our best ways to order that at that part of the hearing. And we wanted to pass that, our agreement along to see if that was acceptable to the tribunal.
Mr. Molina?
I confirm that we spoke on a preliminary basis that provided that we don't fall behind schedule, ideally, we would have the damages expert for claimant on Wednesday and the damages expert for respondent on Thursday. Again, provided that today and tomorrow we don't incur any unforeseen delays.
That is roughly what we have in the program in any event. We have simply at the tail end of Mr. Sequeira's examination Wednesday morning, so that would be the ideal in any event, regardless of the delay caused today. Hopefully we can catch up today. Let's see where we are at the end of the day, and we take it step by step. But now we break for 20 minutes until 10 o'clock and see where we are with the technical issues.
Señor Lopez, vamos a...
Mrs. Lopez, we are going to take a 30-minute break.
So we will have a 20-minute break, Mr. Lopez. Mr. Lopez will have a 20-minute break now because of technical issues. We will resume at 10 o'clock. In the meantime, you can leave the room, have a cup of coffee, or do whatever you like to do, but what you cannot do is to discuss your testimony with anybody during the break. Please be back at 10 o'clock.
Very well, sir. Very well.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Okay, we resume. Apparently the problem is World Bank wide, so it cannot be sorted out now or immediately, but the technical team is working, and as soon as the problem is sorted out, they will let us know. In the meantime, we will proceed as we discussed earlier. There's in any event a recording of this part of the hearing since the morning. We understand that it will be posted or can be posted on ICSID website by noon tomorrow. So that will be in lieu of the live streaming. And we now proceed, as indicated earlier, with the examination of Mr. Lopez.
Mr. President, just before we begin, the Secretary has asked the parties, and I was just discussing this with Mr. Molina, to be particularly careful today to the extent that there is any confidential information, that we have as much time or warning as we can as possible. Both Mr. Molina, I'll let him speak as well for himself, Mr. Molina and I both do not believe that we should be venturing into any protected information on today's testimony. But we just wanted to advert to this fact and tell you that we'll do everything we can to be as particularly careful as we can in light of the technical difficulties until this is resolved.
Mr. Molina?
The question is if we anticipate having confidential information. Was that the issue?
That is the issue, and in any event, this doesn't change anything because you are required to identify, in any event, if you want to deal with confidential information. So it doesn't change the way confidential information is to be dealt with. The only issue is that if there is confidential information discussed during this part of the hearing where there is no live streaming, it means that you have to then redact the video, and that will cause delay with posting.
Thank you, Mr. President. We understand that procedure. We also do not anticipate there being a need to go through that procedure, but if we have to, we will adhere to the order.
We're just being particularly careful because of that extra step, because of this technical issue. So yes, again, we're following the normal process, but we're going an extra bit to be as careful as we can. We just simply wanted to ensure that the tribunal was aware. The council had talked about this and are trying to be extra mindful.
Of course, and that is appreciated. So we continue, or rather start, with the cross-examination of Mr. Lopez. Mr. Hill, I understand?
Yes, Mr. President, thank you. May I proceed?
Please proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Lopez.
Buenos días.
Good morning.
My name is William Hill. I will be asking you questions today. We are speaking through a translator. The President has indicated that to you. If you do not understand my questions, though, I do ask that you say so, and I will rephrase. Commissioner Lopez, have you watched any of these proceedings on video?
No.
Have you read any of the transcripts?
Yes.
And I'm talking now about the days of the transcripts of the hearing itself.
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'll go on. Sir, what is your occupation?
Soy agricultor.
I am an agriculturalist.
And do you have a farm?
Yes, an area of work. Where I live.
And how long have you had that plot of land to work?
About 10 years of working where I live.
You also hold a position in the government, do you not?
Así es.
That's correct.
Position?
I have been a council member from 2008 to 2012, 2012 to 2016.
Yeah, I mean, you're a commissioner now, are you not?
Yes, in 2022 again, I am again council member. I am commissioner again.
And that is on behalf of the Sandinista Liberation Front, correct?
Sí, a través de una alianza.
Yes, by means of an alliance, we came back as commissioners in San Rafael del Norte.
That you've held this position either as alternate council member or regular council member, that was on behalf of the Sandinista National Liberation Front.
Sí, así es.
Yes, that is correct. As part of the alliance we had.
Just one clarification from before, when you said that you had read transcripts. Did your legal counsel advise you not to read the transcripts of the hearing before you testified?
No.
No.
Could I just ask that you clarify what you mean by transcript? That would be useful.
I did before. I said the transcripts of this hearing.
But counsel, can we make sure that this witness understands precisely what you mean by transcript? It's a very particular term. He may not have come across it before, so if you could, I appreciate your efforts. You have made efforts to explain them to him, but if you could.
I will defer to you to make sure if you would like, or Mr. Molina on redirect. I just didn't want to use my time for that.
Perhaps this would be an apt time for the tribunal to get an understanding directly. And then with that, I think that would be good for everyone.
Well, it's up to you what kind of questions you ask on cross entirely your question, and it's then for the respondent to ask any questions on redirect that arise out of the questions you have put. They cannot raise questions on redirect that don't arise from the cross-examination.
Thank you. Commissioner Lopez, when did you join the Sandinista Party?
He needs to turn on the mic. Okay.
I heard you say 2006, is that correct?
2006, yes, it was 2006.
And you've remained loyal to the Sandinista Party ever since that time, correct?
Sí, porque estamos en una alianza.
Yes, because back then we were part of an alliance and we were working together.
Correct?
Sí.
Yes,
And according to your witness statement, you ceased being a commissioner representing the Sandinista Party in 2016. Is that right?
Así es.
that is correct.
Sí.
Yes,
You lost the election in 2016?
Sí, así es.
that is correct.
You were reelected in 2022?
Sí, en 2021.
Yes, in 2021, and we took office in 2022.
When do you stand for election again?
En 2020.
2025.
Election at that time?
No sé todavía.
I don't know yet.
Six years when you were not a commissioner, you remain loyal to the party, did you not?
No, en ese tiempo estaba retirado.
Back then I was retired.
Por favor.
Would you repeat your answer? I was retired for 2 years. I was not in. I had retired from that. I was not with the party for 2 years.
Did you join another political party at that time?
No, no, no.
You did not.
No.
You did not join an opposition party,
No, no, no.
No.
so you remained a party member.
Sí,
Yes, but I did not participate in the party.
But you were also a community leader during that time, were you not?
sí.
Yes, that is correct.
And you were, well, strike that. As a loyal member of the Sandinista Party, you did listen to President Ortega's National Dialogue speech in 2018, did you not?
That is correct.
Did you listen to the whole thing?
In part.
You did not listen to the whole thing.
No.
Which parts did you listen to? Beginning, middle, end, do you recall?
Yes, the end.
Do you recall the part where the president said and issued an order to the police not to shoot?
Mr. President, I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Hill, but there's nothing in Mr. Lopez's testimony, in his two declarations about the speech or about this order or about Mr. Ortega at all. I'm not sure why this would be within the scope.
testify?
The scope of cross-examination is not strictly limited to the witness statement. It can cover personal knowledge of the witness, so please proceed, Mr. Hill.
Well, he did testify. Okay, thank you. So do you recall the part where the president issued an order to the police not to shoot?
Sí, así es.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, you testified that you live very close to the area of Hacienda Santa Fe that you call El Pavon. Is that right?
Así es.
That is correct.
Now, today, I'm going to refer to the entire property as Hacienda Santa Fe, and the part that you call El Pavon, I'm going to refer to it as El Pavon, if that's okay with you. That's what you call it, right?
Está bien. Así es.
That's correct.
And because you lived close to that area, you were at all times aware of the developments taking place at the property, were you not?
Así es.
That's correct.
You knew about the operation of the Haas avocado farming at Hacienda Santa Fe.
Sí.
Yes.
I'd like to take a moment. Could you pull up the map? I believe it was in his witness statement. First witness statement, RWS 04, at page 4. Yeah, will you pull it up, Joe? Thanks. Now, Commissioner Lopez, I've placed in front of you, just by your screen there, a little device that looks like a flashlight. It's very simple. If you click the end, it's like a little flashlight. It's a laser pointer. And instead of getting up and down, I'm going to ask you just a few questions about areas around the map. It'll be easier for you. Could you try that? It's right in front of you there. Do you see it? Yeah, do you see the laser pointer, sir? It's right by your screen.
We don't see it.
May I approach and just show it to him?
Of course.
Or I think this is. Yeah. Okay. Now, at the very back, there's a little button to flip on. Click it. Don't look at it. Maybe we approach it, it'll save a lot of, there we go, okay. Now, if you can point on the big map, actually behind you is fine. If you'll turn around, there's a big map behind you on the screen. So the tribunal and everyone can see it. Can you turn around, sir? Okay, and now you'll just have to kind of grab your microphone, just get it a little close to you. Okay, can you point to the place where you live?
Thank you.
Here.
Just west of the northern part, is that correct?
No, tell me.
No, north. North. In the north.
So, but it's point to El Pavon first, please.
Aquí.
Okay.
This is El Pavon.
I got it, thank you. And for the record, could you say which part of the property that is? Oh, it's the far north quadrant, like a triangle at the top.
Aquí el norte.
This is the north. The north.
Again, place it right as close as you can where you live.
Bueno, que se...
And that is outside the property, correct, sir?
Sí, así es.
Yes.
Just west of the property in the northern portion.
Así es.
That is correct.
Is there a public access to El Pavon at that place?
Sí, así es.
Yes, here, right there.
Land
Sí.
outside there?
Sí.
It's
no,
not- it's
no,
not-
no, es
No, it's not public.
ya privada.
It's a private area.
Thank you. It's a private area. Correct? So to,
Así es.
That's correct.
so for you to access the property, you go through that private area.
Sí, sí.
Yes, yes.
And is that an area that's actively being farmed?
I apologize.
The area that you said was private and which gave access to El Pavon, is it presently being actively farmed?
No, es
No, it's community.
aquí.
And is
Here.
it is that where you presently farm?
Así es.
That's correct.
Yes, you can put it down now. You can turn it off and put it down. Thank you, sir. Now, Commissioner Lopez, you must spend a lot of your time driving around the roads on Hacienda Santa Fe. Is that correct?
Así es.
Correct.
You have a vehicle?
No, no, no.
No.
You don't have,
Viajamos en bus.
We travel by bus.
okay. And can you just describe, you don't have the pointer now, but what portion of the property do you travel through by bus?
Por la parte
The south part. South. That's the public area in Jinotega.
By the way, do you ever go to the new community forest nursery that has been created there?
no.
No.
You are aware that there is a community forest nursery there now?
No.
No.
You're not aware that there was a community forest
No
nursery?
sé.
You don't know that there was a community forest
No sabe que
created by Inafor in 2021?
No, I don't know.
Have you ever heard of the Antonio Rizzo Community Forest Nursery?
No.
No,
sé.
I do not know.
Tonio Loco? You don't know that there's a nursery there that was named after Tonio Loco? By the government, by Inafor?
No, no sé.
No, I don't know that.
Well, Commissioner Lopez, you were a member of the Inotega Municipal Council when the community forest nursery was dedicated. Were you not? 2021, I said?
No,
Corrected, thank you, sir. Do you know Tonio Loco?
no, I do not.
Do you know who he is?
No,
Sorry. Comandante Tonio Loco.
No.
no, I do not know him.
Have you ever heard his name?
Yes, I heard his name, but I don't know who he is.
He was not one of the occupants of the land with your group at El Pavon, was he?
No.
No, no.
Now, you said that you fought on behalf of the resistance, you were a Contra, and that there was a peace process that ended in 1990, correct?
That is correct.
And that was after the election of President Chamorro.
Yes.
Correct.
And you say in your witness statement that it was the Chamorro government that committed and agreed to trade land for guns, correct?
Así es.
That is correct.
This as the government of Chamorro's promised of giving you land.
Así es.
Correct.
But as we know, it didn't happen with Hacienda Santa Fe, isn't that correct?
Sí, no.
Yes, no, no.
Her government did not fulfill its promise, did it?
No.
No.
And the next government, the government of President Alaman, they did not fulfill the promise of giving you that land, did they?
Tampoco.
Did not do it either.
Thank you. And the subsequent government of President Bolaños did not give you that land, correct?
No, they did not either.
So the government never fulfilled its promise to you.
Nunca.
Never, never.
You did not come onto the land to use it, El Pavon, by an invasion, did you?
No.
Did you attend a meeting with the Human Rights Commission of the Nicaraguan Resistance in 1999 with El Pavon co-op members?
Yes.
Could we pull up R177 tab 7, starting at page 1, please? I'm sorry, it's tab 7, page 1. I'm sorry, thank you. A little bit. Okay, it says in the end of the first paragraph there were 72 beneficiaries who presented their viewpoints. Do you see that? Yeah, bottom of the first paragraph.
Is it possible to have him put on his reading glasses so that he can?
Of course. Sir, if you need your reading glasses, by all means, anytime. And anytime you need a break, if you need more water, please. This is not meant to make you uncomfortable, sir.
Está bien.
No.
That's good.
Yes, correct. Do you see that? So by beneficiaries, that means people who were subject to the land for guns deal?
Así es.
Correct.
Ahí es.
That's right.
Mr. Hill, do you mind just having him confirm that he can read the text, and if not, that
Sure,
if just
of
ask
course.
him if he needs to have it
Mr.
blown
Molina,
up a little bit, that'd be
I
great.
will.
Thank you.
Sir, if at any time I'm asking you about documents on the screen and they're too small or you otherwise can't read them, please let me know and we will make sure that they're,
¿Qué quiere?
you'd like it a little bigger?
Correcto, que me comente.
Can you blow up just a little bit?
Sí, sí, sí.
Yes, please. Yes.
Okay, and we confirmed 72 beneficiaries.
Así es.
That is correct.
Now, in paragraph 1, it says they requested to be given the certificate of assignment and then the certificate of possession. Do you see that?
Sí.
Yes.
But in paragraph 2, it says they also mentioned that they are still waiting for President Aleman to offer them a solution since such property, which consists of 800 manzanas, was given to them in 1990. Do you see that?
Así es.
Yes.
So you're still waiting for the government to fulfill its promise at this time, correct?
Es correcto, así es.
Correct. That's right.
Okay, you can take that down. I'm sorry, could you put it right back up again? I'm sorry about that. I had one more. All right, slide down on the English side for a moment. I'll tell you when to stop. Go back up. First page. Yeah, in the next part of that same paragraph, it indicates at the bottom of the page, last bit on the English side. To date, can you highlight that for him on the Spanish side? Bottom of the English page. The last sentence says, during the decade of the government of Chamorro, and as agreed by the National Resistance Demobilization, 1,190 people were placed in this area and given the property on November 22nd of that year. Is that correct?
Es correcto.
That is correct.
So the last sentence, to this date, their situation has not been solved.
That's right. That's right.
No mention in this document that El Pavon members had any dispute with Inagrosa, the company.
Así es.
That's right.
The Rondon family.
Tampoco.
Neither.
In fact, you've never met Mr. Carlos Rondon, the son. You mentioned the father, but now I'm speaking of Carlos Rondon Molina. You've never met that gentleman, have you?
Sí, algo.
I have seen him sometime, nothing more.
Okay. And you've never met Mr. Luis Gutierrez, is that correct?
No, I don't know who that is.
You've never spoken to Mr. Carlos Rondon Molina on the telephone, have you?
No,
No, never.
Called him?
no,
Never.
Never wrote him a letter?
no,
No, never.
Never written an email?
No, I have not.
Communication with Mr. Rondon about the El Pavon property, have you?
No, never.
Do you recall that there was an inspection of El Pavon in 1999 carried out by Mr. Francisco Rivera?
No.
Let me see if I can refresh your recollection. Please pull up R177 tab 12. Paragraph 3. And just read that to yourself, sir. Paragraph 3 of R177, tab 12. And I'll ask a different question. Do you recall a time in 1999 when the officers of the OTR and the Human Rights Commission for Agrarian Affairs of the former Nicaraguan resistance inspected the property? Do you see that?
Could you just ask him to make sure that he's following along before you ask him questions? I just want to make sure that he's had a chance to read and understand the text that you want him to read, so before he answers any question.
Fair enough, Mr. Molina. Were you able to read paragraph 3 to yourself? Make it a little bit bigger, please. Read paragraph 3.
Yes.
Refresh your recollection that there was such an inspection of the El Pavon area in 1999.
Yes.
And it also says that they verified that there were about 70 demobilized members of the former resistance working that part of the land. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Yes, that's right.
By this date, well, in 1999, as it references, there were now 70 members, about 70 members there, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Families.
In the next paragraph, read the next paragraph, sir, please.
While he reads, Mr. Hill, have you, and I'm sorry, I don't remember hearing it, have you identified to him what this document is?
Yes, I have.
As in who sent it as well?
Oh, well, we can do that. Okay,
Please.
first of all, let me confirm. You've read paragraph 4.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right.
Fair enough, Mr. Molina. Could you go up to the top and let's identify the document, please? More clearly, that's fair. No, I'm sorry, the top of this tab, tab 12. top of this particular page. Okay, so this is a letter from the, English please, top also, from the Ministry of Finance and Public Credit, Property Intendencia, Office of Rural Title Registration, sent to an engineer, Jose David Castillo, Secretary of the President's Office, and dated January 5, 2001.
Yes.
Have
That's right.
you seen this document before?
Yes.
All right, so slide back down to the last paragraph again of the page, paragraph 5. Paragraph 4. You've read that to yourself, and this indicates at the end that they were agreeing to send a Mr. Francisco Rivera, the presidential delegate for agrarian affairs of the former Nicaraguan resistance, to visit the property in coordination with OTR. Do you see that?
Yes.
Yes, that's right.
I know. Okay, so page 2, please. Can you read the part starting with por lo anteriormente, based on the foregoing? Read that to yourself, and the A and B.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so this indicates that there were two. Well, first they were going to verify the possession of the demobilized people. That was your group, El Pavon, correct?
Yeah, correct.
That is correct.
And then do one of two things: separate the area in possession of the demobilized people, declare it of public use, and pay the Rondon family in cash. Or second, negotiate with the registration claimants a potential relocation in another property previously owned by the state. Did I read that accurately?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, by that time, I think we saw it was January 5th, 2001. Your testimony was that there were only former members of the resistance in your group, El Pavon, working the land. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
That's who were sent to the land in 1990, correct?
Yes, that's right.
Just for the record, the live streaming has now resumed in both languages as of around 10:40.
Thank you, Mr. President. But you know that there were other people working the land at that time, do you not?
Yes.
How did they get there?
I'm sorry, the question, what date?
2001. The letter was January 2001. I'm saying that general time frame.
Correct. Yes. They were family members of the ones who were there, who were working there.
Paid to be able to work there?
No.
El Pavon members to have the right to work the land?
No, no.
It would be land trafficking, correct?
Yeah,
Correct. You can't sell something that you don't legally have.
And so you didn't do that, did you?
No,
No, I did not.
Anyone else in your group do that?
Nope.
Known that, correct?
Excuse me?
You would have known because you've stated that you knew everything that was going on, correct?
Yes, had that been done, I would have known, but no.
Okay. Now you know that as you can take that one down, please. So that letter we just looked at, R77 tab 12, indicated that there would be an inspection of the property by Mr. Francisco Rivera, correct?
Yes, that's right.
Did you go with him the day he made that inspection?
No, he never arrived for any inspection.
Okay. Are you okay? Pull up R177 tab 14, please. Okay, I stand corrected. This was actually an inspection by, well, let's look at the document. We pulled up R177 tab 14, and this is a memorandum to a Marcos Centenio Cafarena from Francisco Rivera. Do you see that?
Yes.
And this was dated February 5th, 2001. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and it first indicates that in the middle of the prior year, an inspection was conducted in the property named Hacienda Santa Fe. Is that correct?
sí,
Yes.
And it says there were about 200 workers who grew coffee and coffee nurseries ready to be planted in the different parts of the land of the parcel. Do you see that?
sí.
Yes.
It's connected.
Mr. Hill, do you mind, I'm sorry to interrupt, do you mind either highlighting or at least blowing up the
Paragraph.
text that you want him to read?
Thank you, Mr. Molina. Paragraph 1, please blow it up a little bit and highlight it. Okay, I want to make sure you can read paragraph 1. Is that, you can read it, sir?
Sí.
Yes.
So when it's talking about the 200 workers growing coffee in the different plots ready to plant, this is talking about Hacienda Santa Fe, the Inagrosa operation, correct?
Yes, but that's not what we had in El Pavón. It was just us.
This is the part of the Inagrosa farming operations, the coffee plantation. Correct?
That's right.
Next paragraph, please. You can just read briefly the second paragraph. I'll ask you a couple of questions. It says they walked around the property to check if there were any demobilized members of the resistance. There were some huts with some corn crops in the eastern area. When we talked to the people living in those huts and asked why they were there, they could not provide any concrete explanation. Do you see that? See the words there, sir?
No, sí.
Okay.
Yeah, yes.
Were you there for that inspection in 2000?
Correct.
You were there with Mr. Mr. Rivera that day.
No.
He did not introduce himself. He did not arrive.
Okay, so you're saying that Mr. Jimenez is not telling the truth when he says we walked around the property?
Sí.
Yes.
You understand that he was the presidential delegate for agrarian affairs of the Nicaraguan resistance, correct?
You said Mr. Jimenez. Did you mean to say
I
Mr.
don't know
Rivera?
why I got on Jimenez. There are too many. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Rivera, Mr. Francisco Rivera was, yeah, let me go back to the question. You are aware that Mr. Francisco Rivera was the presidential delegate for agrarian affairs of the Nicaraguan resistance, correct?
Yes, that's right.
Know that gentleman?
No.
No.
Okay, so you're saying that this letter is a fraud?
No, I don't know about that letter.
It says in the next paragraph, please. Well, let me clarify first. Were you present for an inspection in around the middle of 2000, whether or not Mr. Jimenez was there?
That's right. The delegate at that time.
Back up, and I'm going to say, no, let me finish this. I'll go on. In the fourth paragraph, it indicates the people in charge of the huts were summoned to the OTR Inotega office. Did that happen?
Mr. Hill, do you mind on the Spanish version going to the fourth paragraph and
Yes.
letting him read it, please?
Yes. Go ahead
Thank
and
you.
read it, Mr. Commissioner Lopez.
I don't believe the fourth
It's the
paragraph.
third paragraph. It's the third paragraph. It's
Okay.
the one at the bottom of the page in Spanish.
Thank you.
Could you highlight the English also, Joe? Thank you. Have you read the third paragraph?
Sí.
Yes?
Are you aware that people from El Pavon were summoned to the OTR Inotega office?
Sí.
Yes.
Describes a man named Gutierrez. Do you see that?
No sé.
No.
It does describe a man that says he was named Gutierrez. Do you see the words?
Sí.
Yes.
He was a saddler whose address was in the Inotega market. Do you see that?
Sí.
Yes.
Someone named Gutierrez, who was a saddler?
No.
No, no,
You don't know this gentleman.
No, no.
no, no.
As at the end of the sentence, he was not subject to the agrarian reform, but rather one who, according to him, bought from other people. You see that?
Sí.
Yes, yes.
Saying that that didn't happen, even though it's contained in this government report.
That did not happen.
You said you were present during this inspection, correct?
Yes.
Did you show the inspectors the houses that were built there?
Yes, that's right.
Did you show him the schools that were built there?
Yes, that's right.
Did you show him the roads that your group, El Pavon, built?
That's right.
Did you show him the extensive crops that you had planted?
That's right.
So all those things you showed the inspectors that are not contained in this report, what's your response to that?
Excuse me, but what exactly is the question?
At the bottom, sorry, at the next page for you, moved on, there we go. Now, this report from Mr. Rivera, if you could just read the end there, opinion and recommendations.
Sí.
Yes.
And those recommendations were to conduct a final inspection in order to verify the true land claimants, negotiate with those true beneficiaries of the resistance in order to relocate them, and then it will be agreed with Integrosa. Do you see that?
Yes.
And as we've established, that never happened, correct?
No.
It never happened.
Mr. President, I know we were delayed, but this might be an appropriate time for a break.
Yes, I was going to suggest, or rather ask, whether we could break around
It's
now.
fine.
You have estimated hour and a half. Are you on target?
Mr. President, it's going a little slower with the translation and the reading, so it's going to take a little longer than that.
Okay, let's break for 15 minutes until 10 past 11.
Mr. President, do you mind giving instructions to?
Mr. Lopez, I should remind you again, you are still under examination, so you shouldn't speak with anybody during the break about your testimony.
Okay.
Okay.
Have a cup of coffee or tea, but no discussion. Thank you.
Está bien.
That's fine.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Okay, let's go on. Mr. Hill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Commissioner Lopez, shortly before the break, I was asking you about selling land, and you said absolutely that did not happen, correct?
That's correct.
Did you personally sell any land to the Obando family?
No.
You know the Obando family?
I do not.
You don't know Freddie Obando?
I do not.
You don't know Alvaro Obando?
Not. I don't know him either.
Do you know their mother?
No.
I do not.
These people who lived at the property and worked at the property, you don't know them?
I do not.
Do you know a gentleman named Ciribo? Ciribo? Ciribo?
I do not.
Did you sell him land to work on at Hacienda Santa Fe?
Mr. Hill, I believe you said he doesn't know him.
No.
Did you
I do not.
do you know okay, well did you sell property to Victor Herrera?
No, I didn't either.
Are you saying that none of these people ever worked on the land at Hacienda Santa Fe?
Yes.
Do you know how the Obando... Never mind. Let's move on. This was in about 2000. Is it your testimony that the Obando family did not work the land at Hacienda Santa Fe?
$2,000.
Yes, the year 2000. The Obando family were on the land at Hacienda Santa Fe working, correct?
Sí,
Yes, they were working there, yes.
They were working in the El Pavon sector, correct?
El Pavon, they were working in El Pavon.
Part of your group then?
Yes.
Were they beneficiaries of the agrarian reform?
Yes.
They were former Contras?
Yes.
Were they listed as part of your group?
Yes.
When I asked you a minute ago about Freddie Obando, you said you did not know him.
Well, no, the name escaped me a little bit.
The name said both Obando and then Freddie Obando, and you said no, no, no. Are you changing your testimony?
Well, what happens is that a long time went by and I didn't really remember the name, the last name.
Right. So, and how about Alvaro?
Alvaro Obando, you say. I think he's his brother.
Yes. At what time did they come onto the land?
In El Pabon. When we went in, they came in as well. 1990, thereabouts.
Okay. Now, I had asked you questions before about selling land to them, and you were saying you didn't know them. Now that you remember that you know them, did you sell them land?
I did not.
And if they tell people that you sold them land, they would be lying?
They would be lying. Yes, I had not done that.
Okay. Sir, let's go back one more time to Victor Herrera, and take your time now and think about it. Have you forgotten him as well?
Victor Herrera. I have heard that name, yes.
Okay. Did he also work on the land at Hacienda Santa Fe?
He did not.
All right. How old were you how old are you now, sir?
56.
So you were born in 1968?
That's it.
That's right.
Okay. Now, sir, in your first witness statement, you described your occupation as a farmer, and you did not include the fact that you were also a commissioner for the Sandinista Party. Isn't that right?
Yes, that's right.
Did you not want our side to know that you were a member of the Sandinista Party and an elected government official?
I didn't mention it at the time because I am a farmer. I'm the council member, and I'm just the leader, and sometimes I go to meetings at the mayor's office. That's why I didn't mention it at the time.
Is it something that you just forgot, like the Obando family?
I'd like to make an objection. I don't appreciate that this, the way Mr. Hill is characterizing the testimony Mr. Lopez has given. He's been asked questions about people that he supposedly knew or may have known more than 20 years ago. And if Mr. Hill has a question about whatever testimony he wants, Mr. Lopez has given, that's fine. I don't think it's fair to characterize it to Mr. Lopez as that he's forgotten or that he's, I just generally object to this line of questioning.
I think it's fair. He didn't mention this in his witness statement, so please proceed. It's up to you how you formulate the questions to elicit the answers that would be useful for the tribunal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sir, you are aware that by at least September 2001, the government had made the decision to relocate the occupiers of the Hacienda Santa Fe property. Is that right?
That is not correct. I think they were evicted in 2003.
Yes, but I'm asking, before 2003, the government had clearly expressed that the decision had been made to relocate your members of your co-op. Whether it took until 2003 for the eviction, the question is, at that time, 2001, the government made the decision.
That's correct.
Sí.
That's correct.
So there is no more decision-making at the government with regard to the possibility of allowing the co-op members to stay on the land at Hacienda Santa Fe.
In 2003, they didn't allow us to stay in El Pavon.
Okay, but in 2001, the decision had been made that you were going to be relocated, not stay on El Pavon, as you call it.
Yes, that's correct. But we were there. We were waiting for them to recognize the improvements and things. Still,
You weren't still waiting for that in 2001. You knew that the government had made the decision to move you to somewhere else, relocation.
yes, that's correct.
And that then the property would be returned to its legal owners, correct?
Yes, yeah.
That's right. That's right.
Now let's talk about the eviction. The eviction occurred in 2003 and early 2004, correct?
That's right.
You say in your witness statement that security guards of Hacienda Santa Fe tore down and burnt houses. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, you don't cite any evidence that those things happened, do you?
I think there are pictures. There's a picture. They tore down houses and the schools and they destroyed everything.
Okay, well, we'll look at that in a moment. I think I know what you're referring to, but you, in your witness statement, you talk about those things, but you do not say you were actually there to see it. Isn't that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And you yourself have no pictures. You cited a newspaper article in your witness statement.
Yes.
Let's pull up R36, please. Just make it. Okay, we have pulled up R36, and this is a newspaper article. Are these the photos that you were speaking about a moment ago?
Yes.
That's right.
And this is the only objective evidence that you cite for the fact that you say the Hacienda Santa Fe guards tore down and burned buildings, or tore down and burned houses, correct?
Yes.
That's right.
And I think you said, correct me if I'm wrong, that they also tore down and burned schools. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
There are no pictures of any schools here, are there, sir?
Come on.
Of course. Well, let's see. The schools, it's the place where the schools were. Just that.
I don't understand your testimony, sir. Are there pictures here? There's 3 pictures. Picture 1 is a gentleman standing in front of a wooden hut. Second is a gate, and the third is some piles of, looks like lumber. Where is the school?
Right here, down here, and the one down here.
The bottom picture of the school?
Donde está Bogotá, destruida la área nada más. Donde estuvo, ¿verdad?
The translation.
That's what their. I'm sorry. That's what their school was. It's been. That's where the school was.
Thank you.
Sir, I'm asking if one of these three pictures shows the actual school, the structure. You've said that there were schools there and that they were torn down. Please show the tribunal where the schools were torn down and shown in this picture.
Nada más solo la área que estaban.
Just the area that was distracted, not the structure, the area.
Picture of the schools that you say were destroyed.
No hay.
No, there is none.
Okay, go to the next page of the English, please, and we're going to have to find a way to highlight the Spanish. Now, when we started this, I asked if you had any objective evidence, photos, etc., regarding what you say was the Hacienda Santa Fe Guards tearing down buildings, and you pointed to this newspaper article. Is that right?
Así es.
That's right.
Okay, can you blow up the first two paragraphs of the Spanish? Okay, that much will be enough for now. The left column there, can you highlight that for him? Highlight the left, yeah.
Mr. Hill, could you make sure that he has his reading glasses if you're going to have him read from this, and
Of
give him a
course.
chance to confirm that he's actually able to read it?
Of course. Take your time, sir. Reading glasses. And sir, just to be clear, anytime I ask you to read something, please take your time, get your glasses. I'll try to remind you to do so, but you're not being tested on your eyesight. We just want to test your testimony, okay? All right, so the first paragraph indicates that the children's school was destroyed, houses burned down, etc. Do you see that in the first paragraph? Talks about the school and houses. You see that?
Así es.
That's right.
And then in the second paragraph, it indicates that you, Commissioner Lopez, the president of the cooperative, was the source of that information.
Así es.
That's right.
So when you say you have objective evidence from this newspaper article, you're just quoting yourself, isn't that right?
Yes.
You weren't there.
¿Cómo no?
What do you mean? No, I wasn't there.
You weren't there when this happened, you said a moment ago.
At that point in time, I wasn't there.
Thank you. Now, go to the second page of the English, and I'll pinpoint the place we want to get to in Spanish, please. Thanks, Joe. Second page of English, or third, I'm sorry, we're on the second. Third page, please. Okay. If you could highlight the part that starts with El Nuevo Diario. And then please find that same part in the Spanish, and I'm going to ask a question while you get that up. Sir, looking away from the document for a moment, I just want to ask you to confirm your testimony is that the Rondon family promised compensation to the families who were being relocated or being evicted from Hacienda Santa Fe, correct? They promised money.
Mr. Hill, just if you're quoting or characterizing a portion of his written testimony, do you mind just referring him to it?
Certainly, Mr. Molina, if he says he doesn't remember, I think he'll remember this. Sir, you said the Rondon family promised you money to help with relocation. Do you remember that?
Sí, en una
Yes, the ones left behind, they had promised that, yes.
Okay.
No, I don't know, because I wasn't there. The people that left behind.
Your question wasn't on the audio record. I'm sorry.
Okay, let me go back to that. For the audio, sir, I'm going to repeat the question. The question was, you have testified that the Rondon family did not pay the people who were evicted.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in the paragraph that we have highlighted that begins El Nuevo Diario, do you see that?
así es.
That's right.
Okay. And this paragraph indicates that Mr. Marcos Molina and Mr. Lopez Bonilla, who represented the Rondon family as attorney in fact and administrator of Hacienda Santa Fe, denied that any of this happened. And I think that means the burning and destruction that you say was done by the Hacienda Santa Fe guards. Do you see that?
Sí.
Yes.
But your story is different. You do say that it was the Hacienda Santa Fe guards who actually did that, correct?
Así es.
That's right.
Not the police who were there also?
Also, the police was there.
Okay. Did the police tear things down?
Yes. They were there at that time.
Well, you weren't there.
Sí, no.
Not me, but I was told. I was told by those who were there.
Okay. It also says that Mr. Lopez Bonilla and Mr. Molina indicated that they summoned those occupying the 800 blocks of land that belonged to the company who willingly accepted 1,000 Cordobas to abandon their parcels with the commitment of being relocated anywhere they wanted. Do you see that?
Yes.
But you deny that the Rondon family or Inagrosa paid these people, correct?
Yes, I was saying that because I didn't see that in due course.
Oh, okay. Because you weren't there.
Es correcto.
Correct, that's right.
So if you weren't there to see it, you can't verify that it happened, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go back now to page 1 of the English. I'm sorry, page, this page 2 of the English, and let me find the portion, and then we'll highlight the Spanish. This will be the second to the last paragraph in the English, starting with Dionisio Rugama Espinosa. Do you know Mr. Espinosa?
No.
Well, the newspaper article recites that it was his house that was burned down. Do you see that?
Sí.
Yes.
Are you saying that he was not somebody who lived at the land at Hacienda Santa Fe?
Yes.
He didn't even live there.
¿Quién yo? Sí.
Yes.
The newspaper article quotes him as saying that his house was burned down,
Es correcto.
That's correct.
but that can't be correct because you said he didn't live there, right?
Yes, at that point. But at that moment, I wasn't there. I wasn't there when the house was burned down.
Okay, so let's go down to the part that says 3 agents entered his house and removed machetes, then forced him to sign a receipt, giving 1,000 Cordobas to his wife, 1,000 to him, and 1,000 to his sister-in-law. Do you see that?
Just a second.
Así es.
Yes.
But your testimony before was that the Rondon family never paid compensation, right?
Usually I am saying no because I didn't see it, but I don't know if they would pay them.
You don't know if they paid anyone who had been
no
working
sé,
at
yo no
Hacienda.
que me-
Hold on, sir, I've got to
Sí.
finish my question. Sorry. You don't know if anyone who was at Hacienda Santa Fe during the eviction of 2003 was paid compensation. Isn't that right?
Yes. They were there, but I don't know whether they got paid or not.
Thank you. Then if the newspaper article quoting this gentleman says that he got paid, then the newspaper is wrong. Is that right?
Could be.
Okay. Okay, you can take that down. Commissioner Lopez, in 2003, you were no longer the president of the co-op. Is that right?
Of course, I was still.
Moment, please. Could we pull up his witness statement, RWS 04? I'll go to paragraph 10. And sir, you've got your glasses. Could you take out your witness statement, the first one? It's in front of, yes, it's in that folder, sir. Sir? Oh. Did you get the translation? Yes, sir. Could you take out your witness statement? The first one, RWS 04, and turn to paragraph 10.
Sí.
This indicates that you formalized the cooperative in 1995 and you were president until 2003. Do you see that?
Sí, así es.
Yes, that's right.
So at what point in time did you cease being the president of the co-op?
up to 2005, when I was removed, I continued to be. I was in possession. I was outside, but we were working to see if the rest of the people that had been evicted can be resettled.
So in fact, you were the president until 2005, not until 2003. Is that right?
Yes, yes.
And isn't it true, sir, that you were removed because you mishandled money of the co-op?
No, that is not true.
Okay. After the evictions, you wrote some letters to the government. Do you remember that?
That is correct.
Please. I am showing you a letter which was R54. It's a letter, scroll to the end on the Spanish side so he can see. Is that your signature?
Yes.
That's right.
Okay, so you wrote this letter back up to the top, please. To Mr. Andres Dinoco.
Yes.
Okay.
That's right.
And he was the department delegate, property intendencia, city of Inotega. Yes?
That's right.
Okay. And in this letter, the co-op was demanding land and got a commitment from the government to provide co-op members the La Paz parcel. Is that right? Let's find it.
Sí.
Yes, first paragraph.
Yes.
And you listed 27 members who wanted to go to La Paz. Slide down to show him the members, please. 27 members of your co-op. Is that right?
Sí.
That's right.
Now, Mr. Rondon and his company did not make a commitment in this regard, did they?
What do you mean? At that time they did?
No, they did not. I'm saying that it was the government that made the commitment.
Se comprometió, sí.
Yes, yes, it committed.
Yes, the government committed.
El gobierno.
The government.
Thank you. But by this time, they had not fulfilled that commitment, correct?
Correct.
That is correct.
And you're talking about moving to La Paz, not moving back to Santa Fe.
Okay. That's correct, yes.
Okay, you can take down that exhibit and pull up R35, please. Actually, pull up his witness statement, please, RWS 4. The first witness statement. Sir, I'm going to be asking you questions about paragraph 18 of your first witness statement. You have it open in front of you. And I'm simply going to read it into the record and then confirm I got it accurately. On December 12th, 2005, I sent another letter to the property intendencia delegate in Inotega, making reference to the history of how we have been allocated the El Pavon area and requesting the property to be returned to the communities, or failing this, that we should be relocated to Finca La Paz as we had been promised. Paragraph 18 of your witness statement.
That is correct.
Show the footnote, please. Footnote 11. English. It's a little small on the Spanish. I think the English is a little bigger, so can you, yeah, there you go. On the Spanish side, make sure he can see it because I want to confirm this with him. Okay. And your reference, can you see that footnote 11? I know it's small but you should be able to see your footnote 11 that cites as your source R35.
Sí.
Yes.
All right, so now let's go to R35, please. Slide down, please. One moment. Okay. Let's see. Slide down. Slide down. Wait. Slide down. At the bottom here. If you could highlight the part in the last substantive paragraph, we hope to be relocated to La Paz. And the question is, can you read that, sir? No. It's further up, or further down on the Spanish. Further down on the Spanish, Joe.
Mr. Hill, I think that the text you highlighted is the correct text. Do you mind just blowing it up a little bit so you can read it better?
Yeah, there it is. Okay. So this is requesting, it says, we hope to be relocated to the La Paz parcel as soon as possible, correct?
That's here.
That's correct.
And this letter does not say, we hope to be relocated to La Paz or return to El Pavon, does it?
Yes.
Does not say that, correct?
Como lo sí dice.
Yes, it does.
It says you want to go back to El Pavon?
Just a second. The request is to be located in La Paz.
not Pavon.
No.
No.
Okay, thank you. You can take that down. Sir, is it fair to say that in 2003, 2004, 2005, the time frame we've been talking about during and just after the eviction, you were disappointed in the government not fulfilling its promise to you for relocation?
That's correct.
Now, sir, when you left the property this morning on your direct exam, you said you went to my place. Isn't that right?
That's right.
So during the time that you say you were living at El Pavon, you also had a different place outside, correct?
No. No, I went back to the place where my mom was.
Okay. Now, I've reviewed, you write a lot of letters. We've seen a lot of them in the record, sir. Is that right?
Yes.
And did you write them yourself?
No.
Okay. Did you review them and approve them?
Sí.
Yes.
Just like your witness statement, right?
Así es.
That's right.
Now, I've reviewed carefully both your witness statements. I do not see any letters that you wrote after that one we just saw, R35, in December 2005. Did you write any further letters to the government after that December 2005 letter that we just looked at?
No, I don't know, no.
And I do not see any record from your testimony or the documents of any trespass on Hacienda Santa Fe until 2018. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, your witness statement says that you understood that Inagrosa planted avocado, but the results were not as expected. Do you see that? Or do you know that? Do you remember that?
That's right.
But you have no personal knowledge of the success of the avocado production.
No.
No.
You never worked there.
No.
No, never.
And in that statement, you did not even give a hearsay source. That is, you didn't even say who supposedly told you that, did you?
No.
And you also said that the El Pavon sector seemed to be abandoned. And again, I'm forward now in time, around the time of the invasions.
I apologize, but what is the question?
You testified that at around the time of the invasions, the El Pavon sector of Hacienda Santa Fe seemed to be abandoned. Is that right?
That is right.
Now, this is a big farm, is it not, sir?
Yes.
And the El Pavon sector is a big portion, correct?
Yes, it was big.
I have from the record that El Pavon is about 1,200, let me do manzanas, 1,737 manzanas. Does that sound about right?
That's here.
That's right.
And on that property, there were a lot of trees, large and small, correct?
Sí.
And a lot of brush, correct?
Yes. A brush. A lot of brush.
Yet you testify that you could see that a farm of this size was abandoned from your vantage point outside the property.
Yes, that's right.
Okay. Councilmember Lopez, you still live in the area, correct?
That's right.
When you wrote your witness statement, you could have gone to the places where you were during the time of the invasions, taken photos, and shown how clearly you could see across this vast wooded property, could you not?
No, no, no.
Pictures from where you were watching and looking into the property and show that you could see that the property was abandoned? You couldn't do that?
No.
No, no.
Where were you when you were looking into the property to say that the property was abandoned?
From the place where I live, one can see.
And my question is, you could have taken a picture from there to show this tribunal that you can see all the way across that property, correct?
Yes. No, no, I wouldn't. Not a photo.
Not take a photo?
No.
No, no.
Able to take a photo of anything?
Not at that time, not of the trajectory through the farm.
But you could see it, but you couldn't take a photo.
That's here.
That's right.
Now, your witness statement says that it was El Pavon that was abandoned, but you know that Hacienda Santa Fe, the other area, was not abandoned at that time, correct?
Yes.
Sir, what was the date of the invasion of Hacienda Santa Fe?
2007.
2017, sir?
Sí.
Yes.
So let's talk about the so-called invasion in 2017. Now, everyone here knows that there was an invasion of the eastern section of Hacienda Santa Fe in June 2018. There's been extensive testimony and documentation on that. Is it possible that you got your years wrong, sir?
No.
No.
Witness statement was written about 6 years after 2017 and 5 years after 2018. Again, maybe just a mistake?
Excuse me, what's the question?
The question is, you wrote your witness statement in this case 6 years after 2017. It was in 2023 you wrote your witness statement. And I'm saying with that passage of time, is it possible that you made a mistake on the date?
Yes.
Now, you are aware that WAMA and others invaded the eastern sector of Hacienda Santa Fe on June 16th, 2018. correct?
No, it was 2017.
Well, you do know that there was a later invasion, correct?
That's right.
And you know that when the invasion happened in 2018, the invaders were immediately discovered by Hacienda Santa Fe security guards, correct?
That's right.
Okay. And the Integrosa employees called the police the same day. You're aware of that, correct?
I don't know whether they called them or not.
You say, well, you've testified that you could see from where you live that the land was abandoned, correct?
That's right.
Outside the property.
Bueno,
From outside.
You're aware that the farm, Hacienda Santa Fe, had trucks, a rhino, ATV vehicles, and the employees of the farm could move around quickly across the farm, correct?
Yes.
Swear that 170 people occupied a portion of the farm for a year without being detected.
sí.
Yes.
You could see across the whole farm, and these people were inside the farm and had access to all the parts with these fast ATV vehicles, and 170 people went undetected for a year?
I'm just going to object. You're
Objeción. Usted está diciendo que podía ver de un lado al otro de la finca. Interpreter apologizes. Wrong channel.
we good? I'm just going to object. You're telling him that he said he could see across the whole farm. If you could point me to the transcript where he said that. If not, please, I would ask that you, if you're going to characterize testimony to Mr. Lopez, that you be accurate. Thank
Okay,
you.
but I'll ask you a different way. Sir, you could see across at least the whole El Pavon area from where you lived, right?
Sí, sí.
That's how you knew it.
Yes. Yes.
Sorry.
That's right.
But you're testifying that the employees, guards inside the farm with all these ATV vehicles, access to roads, ability to move around the farm, did not detect 170 invaders for a full year. Is that your testimony to this tribunal?
That's right. Yes.
You never visited the Hacienda Santa Fe area that you say was occupied during 2017, did you?
That's right.
No photos?
Sí.
Yes.
You have photos?
Hay una carta, o sea, de, no,
No. There is a letter.
Sir, I'm asking about photos. You've produced no text from anyone, from WAMA or anyone else, saying things are great here at El Pavon.
No.
Sir, you know that you're the only witness that's been called by the government to testify about the invasion in 2017. Is that correct?
That's right.
And you only know it based on a conversation that you had with WAMA. Isn't that right?
That's right.
Say.
O sea, de oídas. Yeah.
Sorry, I lost the translation. I said, and that was hearsay.
sí, sí.
Yes, yes.
In 2017, you recently finished a term as the regular council member on behalf of the Sandinistas, correct?
No.
finish your term at about that time?
2016.
Okay. And you said WAMA comes to you and invites you to invade Hacienda Santa Fe, right?
That's right.
You did not accept the invitation.
No.
No, no.
You knew the land was privately owned.
That's right.
There's no dispute about that. Is that correct? There's no dispute about it was privately owned?
Disculpe, no entendí.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
Move on. You knew you could face trouble.
Es correcto.
Correct.
The crime of trespassing.
Yes, that's right.
And despite the fact that you were a leader of the community and until recently a commissioner, you did nothing to stop it.
No.
Police
No.
No, no.
didn't report that there was a crime about to be committed.
No, no.
The year that you say they were on the property from 2017 to 2018, you never called the police even though you knew a crime was in progress, correct?
Yes. No, I did not.
Now, then you say that WAMA was joined later by Avispa, Gorgojo, and 170 other people. Is that right?
That's right.
But WAMA, Avispa, Gorgojo, none of the actual invaders have been called by the government as a witness in this case. Isn't that right?
Yes, that's right.
You testified in your statement, you said the communities also believed they could take the land based on agreements they signed in the 1990s, correct?
That's right.
But you don't give any names of those people in the community who believe that, do you?
No.
In June 2018, you said that the invaders came down from the upper area into the lower area. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is it possible that you got the timing wrong there, sir?
No.
Well, you said that they invaded that parcel also because they thought they had a right to it. Isn't that correct?
That's right.
But you know that that portion, what we sometimes call Hacienda Santa Fe as opposed to El Pavon, was never part of what the government had, you say, promised you, correct?
Yes.
Tell them, no, you can't go to that area. That was never even part of what we were looking for. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And you have no firsthand knowledge of any of this, do you, sir? It's all hearsay.
Yes.
Now, you also knew that the invaders left after making an agreement with the government in 2021, correct?
That's right.
And they were relocated, correct?
Yes.
Now, despite the fact that you were afraid that there would be trouble if you trespassed the property, you know that Not even Wama was ever arrested for this, correct?
Yes.
No jail time?
No.
No.
Now, you said that in 2018, in June, there were only security guards and some permanent workers remaining on the property. Isn't that right?
No, I said 2017.
2018. Could you pull up RWS 04? I think I've confused you, sir. Now, I'm moving forward to June 2018. RWS 04, his statement. Yeah, thanks. You could pull up your statement, sir, paragraph 23. Okay. Now, so now I'm moving forward. I don't think I made that clear to you. This is an area of your statement that says the invasion of Santa Fe in June and July 2018, southern area. Do you see that?
Mr. Hill, do you mind having your technician highlight the text that you want him to
Sure.
read?
Highlight the
and maybe
C
blow it up
in
a little bit so you can
paragraph
follow along.
23. I will, thank you, Mr. Molina. I'll take care of him.
Can
I
you
will make him-
speak not, can you avoid speaking at the same time? We won't have it on the transcript if you do that.
Yes, Mr. President, thank you.
Sí.
Yes?
Please highlight paragraph 23. Can you read paragraph 23, sir?
Sí.
Yes.
This is what I was asking, that during 2018, you say only security guards and some permanent workers remained on the property. The manager only occasionally going there. The place was not very busy. Is that your testimony?
That's right.
So you said the place is not busy. You did not say it was abandoned, do you? Just not, right?
Así es.
That's right.
Highlight paragraph 24, please. Please read paragraph 24 to yourself, sir. I'll have a couple of questions.
Sí.
Yes.
So this is where your testimony is that it was in June 2018 that Gorgojo, Cinco Estrellas, and others went down from the upper part down to the Casa Hacienda Santa Fe, the lower part of the property, to occupy it. Is that your testimony, that it was in June 2018 that they moved from the upper to the lower part?
No, fue el 2010.
No, it was 2017. I speak of 2017, not of 2018.
So this says 2018. Is that mistaken?
Error.
A mistake.
Fue un error.
It was a mistake.
You can explain.
Fue un error.
It was a mistake.
All of this was in June 2017. Or you explain.
Sí, sí.
Yes, that's right. You asked, was it 2018? And I said it was 2017.
Asking about your statement that says, please listen to my question carefully. This part says that in June 2018, the invaders went from the upper part to the lower part. That's my question. Is it your testimony that that occurred in June 2018?
Sí, tal vez fue un error de eso.
Yes, perhaps it was a mistake of one of those.
Because it actually is 2017.
El 2000.
2017.
You can take this down for now. Commissioner Lopez, did El Pavon Cooperative ever bring a judicial action against the Rondon family or their companies?
No.
Did you ever personally bring a lawsuit against the Rondon family, the company Inagrosa, or the Rondon family companies?
No.
Mr. President, I will tender the witness for redirect.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hill. Redirect.
Yeah, yes, Mr. President, it's 12:21. Does it make sense to take our lunch now? I will have we'll have probably 15 to 20 minutes at least. It's up to you, Mr. President. I would need, if we continue, I would need at least a 5-minute break just to.
Let's have the 5-minute break now and try to finish with the witness before the lunch.
That's fine. Señor López, vamos a tomar ahorita como una pausa de como unos 2, 3 minutos y luego yo voy a continuar con las preguntas para usted, ¿ok? Se queda ahí, o si necesita usar el baño, o está bien. ¿Estás bien? Ok.
Okay, let's resume. Floor is yours.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Hello again, Mr. Lopez. How are you? Look, you recall that claimant's counsel asked you whether you had read the transcript of this hearing before giving testimony here today. Do you remember that? I do. Just to be clear, have you participated in this hearing before providing testimony to us today? No. Excuse me, what did you say? No. Have you seen videos of this hearing before participating here today? No. Yes. What did you ask?
Just to make this clear, I would appreciate some leeway, if possible, to ask yes or no questions to the witness on this particular issue.
That's fine.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Mr. Lopez, do me a favor. I'm going to ask you questions. I'm going to ask you to answer my questions. When you answer, please speak close to the mic. Correct, sir. In this case, you submitted written witness statements, correct? Yes. In those witness statements, you said that you read statements from other witnesses to prepare your witness testimony, correct? That's right. I'm asking you not about your written statements, but about your statement here, your testimony here. Okay. You understand that this hearing started a week ago, right? That's right. Have you been present at this hearing for today? No. Have you seen videos of the testimony of witnesses in this hearing before today? No. Have you had the chance to read transcripts of the testimony provided by witnesses at this hearing before today? No.
Note that the video feed may be down again. I'm okay to continue. I just wanted to note it.
The feed should resume shortly. A few seconds, please.
Okay, let's wait for a minute or two.
Señor López, vamos a...
Mr. Lopez, we are going to wait because it appears that the video feed is down again. We're going to wait a few minutes.
Live streaming is up again.
Okay, please proceed.
Okay.
Mr. Lopez, do you remember that counsel for claimant, called you commissioner a number of times? Are you a commissioner? I am not. What is the position that you have in the government of Nicaragua? I'm a council member. What is a council member? It's a leader elected by popular vote within the municipality. Elections are held and the person is elected by popular vote. What municipality chose you as a council member? The municipality of San Rafael del Norte. As a council member, who do you respond to? I report to the mayor. It's a woman. And the secretary of the council. Do you work for the mayor or for the people? I work for the people. I work on projects with the communities. That's my work. You also talked about an alliance. You remember that Counsel for Claimant asked you whether you were a member of the Frente Sandinista, and you said that you were because there was an alliance. Remember? Yes, that's right. Just to clarify, what did you mean when you said that there was an alliance? I referred to that because I was a member of the other party, the Nicaraguan Resistance Party. What parties allied? Well, it was the PRN, Nicaraguan Resistance. When did that alliance take place? In 2006. Do you know the reason why the alliance took place? Yes, from the government. They wanted to work with all of the demobilized sectors. It's a call that was made by the government. The government asked everyone to come together and work. Just to clarify, because you talked about a number of years during which you served as a council member. When did you serve as a council member for the municipality of San Rafael del Norte? I was elected in 2008 to 2012 to 2016. And after 2016, when? Until 2021, and then I assumed in 2022. So you were elected in 2021 and you started working in 2022, correct? Correct. Counsel for Claimant asked you a number of questions about your relationship with Mr. Rondon. You recall that? I do. When you first started providing evidence here, there are two Mr. Rondon. Is that correct? That's right. Who are the two Mr. Rondons? The father and the son. When you talk about Rondon father, do you know the full name of that person? Carlos Rondon Moises. That was the father. And when you're talking about Mr. Rondon as the son, who is that person? Carlos Rondon Molina. Do you recall that Counsel for Claimant asked you whether you had held any conversations with Mr. Rondon Molina? You said once. You recall that? I do.
Objection. I don't recall that testimony that he said he had a conversation. I believe the testimony was that he had seen him.
Okay. So let me rephrase. I'm happy to rephrase. ¿Se acuerda?
Mr. Lopez, do you recall that Counsel for Claimant asked you a question about Mr. Rondon Molina, and you said that you had some experience with this gentleman. You remember that? Yes, I do. What was that experience? Can you clarify that to us? Which one are you talking about, the father or the son? I am talking about Carlos Rondon Molina, the son of Carlos Rondon Moises. Well, just one time, but I haven't had any. Excuse me, can you speak close to the mic? I just saw him once. I haven't spoken to him. I never spoke to him. What kind of relationship did you have with Carlos Rondon Moises? Well, yes, we spoke to him at the beginning. Everything was very calm. Just to clarify, a number of questions were asked about your relationship or your impression of Mr. Rondon. As we clarified before, there are two Mr. Rondons. So my question is very specific. Please listen to the question carefully and then speak close to the mic when you answer. First question. What was your relationship like with Mr. Carlos Rondon Moises? It was good. It was good. Why was it good? It was good because back then he never bothered us. We were working there, and he never did anything against us. No. The same question about your relationship with Carlos Rondon Molina. We never had any relationship with him. No. When is it that Mr. Carlos Rondon Molina entered Hacienda Santa Fe? In 97, after his father died. You said that there was an eviction, that you were evicted in 2003. You recall that? You recall having spoken about that? I do. You recall that Counsel for Claimant showed you a newspaper article about that event? Yes. And you answered Counsel for Claimant, and you told him that you were not at the Hacienda Santa Fe during the eviction, the one shown on the pictures in that article. Yes. Just to clarify, when you were evicted from the Hacienda, when were you evicted from the Hacienda? 2003. What month, approximately?
It's going too fast. I can't possibly hear the question and object before the answer goes in. We really need to slow down.
Remember the pace.
I'm so sorry, I will slow down.
Thank you.
Voy a repetir.
I'm going to repeat the question. You just said that you were evicted in 2003. My question is, do you know what month, in what month approximately, were you evicted from Hacienda Santa Fe? June 2003. After you were evicted, where did you go immediately afterwards? I went to a place that is nearby, about 1 kilometer away from there, on the eastern part of El Pavon. What conversations did you have while you were there in that house, 1 kilometer away from the Hacienda in 2003? What conversations did you have with the people who were still inside Hacienda Santa Fe? Well, they came...
I don't recall this in the direct. I think it's outside the scope.
You did ask about the hearsay evidence, as you called it, about what happened during the eviction. So it's within the scope of the cross.
Let me ask you again, sir. My question is, what conversations did you have with the people who were still inside the Hacienda Santa Fe while you had already been evicted and living a kilometer away from the Hacienda? Well, I continued to manage things for them to get an answer because they had been evicted by the government. How did you know what was going on inside the Hacienda while you had been evicted? Well, they told me things that were there. How would you describe the eviction you suffered from Hacienda Santa Fe? It was brutal because we were just kicked out, just like that. How do you mean? Well, by force. We were evicted by force. Just to clarify, who were responsible for your eviction in 2003? I think that the government, because at the time it was the government, we knew that the owners were doing things, processing things, and we did the same, but they had the last word for the eviction. What role did the Rondon Molina family have in your eviction in 2003? Nothing. They asked that I be evicted and not allowing me to return to that place. A number of questions were asked about Francisco Rivera. Yes. What do you know about Mr. Francisco Rivera? I don't know him. I understand that your testimony is that you do not personally know him. That's right. What do you know about Mr. Rivera? That's my question. I know nothing. What do you know about Mr. Marcos Molina? He was the administrator over there, an engineer. You recall that you also said that 70 families were at the hacienda. Yes. Just to clarify, before the 2003 eviction, approximately how many individuals lived in Hacienda Santa Fe as members of the cooperative El Pavon? Well, in the cooperative, we had over 100 families that had come in, and all the family members, about 600 people, 100 families. Do you recall that questions were asked as well in connection with the avocado plantation in the Hacienda Santa Fe? Yeah, that's right. And you answered that you never worked in that plantation. That's right. How did you know that there was an avocado plantation in Hacienda Santa Fe in 2017 and 2018? Well, we knew that because there's a public roadway, and you can go by and you can see the plantation on the side of the roadway that you go by. It's a public road and that goes to Jinotega, so you could see the plantations, but knowledge of them, no. A number of questions were asked of you about your testimony that in 2017 and 2018, Hacienda Santa Fe was abandoned. Do you remember that? That's right. Again, my question is, how did you know that Hacienda Santa Fe was abandoned on those dates? Because you didn't see a lot of movement there. There was very little movement there. When you talk about movement, what are you making reference to? I'm referring to movement of workers. When there's work there, you see a lot of people working there, and that's why I'm saying that there wasn't a lot of movement. Just to understand, where would you have the expectation? Okay, I'm going to rephrase the question. Where would you see that movement? Where would you expect to see this movement that you referred to a moment ago? Well, in the Casa Hacienda, because it has to be the place where we went by, and you should see movement of vehicle, men working, and things like that. That's why I said that. You recall that a number of questions were asked of you about your testimony that Hacienda Santa Fe was invaded in 2017. You recall that? That's right. Just to clarify, apart from your testimony, what other evidence have you seen that supports that testimony? There is a letter, and a group of Pantasmeños had sent to the prosecutor's office. I remember having seen that letter, and they say that they're there in 2017. Could we please put on the screen R94, please? Mr. Lopez, we're showing you a document that has been marked in this arbitration as R0094. This is a letter dated 28 October 2019 and sent to the delegate of Nicaragua's Attorney General's office in Jinotega. Can you see the letter? Yes. Please put your glasses on.
Por favor.
Let me know when you're ready for me to ask a question about this letter. Yes, I'm ready. Is this the letter that you were making reference to a moment ago? Yes, this is it. Why is it that you say that this letter supports your testimony that there were people in 2017 in Hacienda Santa Fe? Well, because it's there. They say that they've been there for 2 years working the land. I think the witness has made reference to the paragraph that says we are a group, and the last line in that paragraph. Just to confirm, and for the record, Mr. Record, that is the line that you're making reference to, right? The last line of that paragraph? Yes. And I'm going to read that line just for the record. It says here, we are a group of demobilized members of the Sandinista Popular Army, EPS, and the Patriotic Military Service, SMP, in the municipality of Santa Maria de Pantasma. Our group includes a total of 27 demobilized comrades and 7 settlers who possess a plot of land of 135 manzanas in the community of Santa Fe in El Pavon. We have been working these lands for 2 years, and we have built our houses in each plot. Apart from the letter that we've just seen, okay, let me ask you another question. You testified that you did not participate in that 2017 takeover, correct? Correct. I'm going to ask you a question. Please answer completely and in detail so that the record is complete, okay? So the question is, if you did not participate in that takeover, how is it that you have knowledge of what happened during the takeover? Yes, and they told me, and those people came by my house every day, and they told me that they were working there regularly, and they knew. They went down the road, and they told me that they were working there. In your opinion, why is it that they told you what they were doing at the hacienda? Well, they said that they were waiting for the government to provide title to them so that they can get titling again. Do you have an opinion, or you know why they told you what they were doing at the hacienda? Yes. Why? Because before they told me that they had documents in the past and that they had possession, and because they had possession, they were going to be provided security. You remember that counsel for claimant, when he was asking you about this invasion, asked you if your testimony was that the people who came in to the hacienda in 2017, well, that your testimony was that they were there without the guards having seen them, right? Yes. You know the area. Why is it that you say that the security guards did not see the individuals who took over the upper hacienda in 2017? I said that they didn't because it's a large area, 3 kilometers. There's a lot of brush in there, and it's hilly. So only 2 or 3 CPFs could be there and see the demobilized people. So the guards of the Hacienda Santa Fe, where were they located? In the Casa Hacienda. And where is the Casa Hacienda? In the southern area of the Hacienda, in what we call Lower Santa Fe. You were asked a question, you may recall, about the events that took place at the Hacienda in 2018. You recall that? Yes. Could you please tell us, sitting here today? Well, we understand that you said that they came in with Huama in 2017. After 2017, what is it that you understand happened at that hacienda? Can you tell us step by step what your understanding is? Well, my understanding is that, there were people in El Pavón. They gathered in a group and they came to occupy the lower hacienda. Why is it that you say that you held conversations with them? Yes, because they went by around where I live. Why do you think that they decided to go from El Pavón to the Casa Hacienda? Like I said before, they had motions and they said, well, we had documents before, and they thought that the government was going to give it to them again. They're talking about 1,800 manzanas, and they thought that the government perhaps was going to provide title to them. Do you have any idea as to when they went from El Pavón and they took over Casa Hacienda? Well, a little bit later on, around 2018, I would say.
Any further questions? Thank you.
Thank you very much. A couple of questions from the tribunal. Mr. Lopez, I understand you have been living in your farm, the same farm, since 2003 until today.
That's it.
That's right.
It is the same farm that is
Sí.
located 1 kilometer from the boundary of El Pavón.
Es correcto.
That's correct.
So, in terms of the departure of the occupants, do you remember when they left El Pavón and the larger Hacienda Santa Fe?
I was told that they left in 2021. They left that place.
Leaving yourself?
No, 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 no.
I did not.
You described how you spoke with the occupants in 2017, 2018, and that's why you knew what was going on at the hacienda. How about in 2019, 2020, 2021? Were you still in contact with the occupants?
No. I attest to that because there was a public roadway there and you saw movement and we could see them and that's why we knew that they were there.
But you spoke with them as you just explained to Mr. Molina, you spoke with the occupants in 2017-18 and they explained to you why they were there and why they went down to the hacienda. Did you continue to speak with them in 2019, 2021?
Sí.
Yes.
Ellos hacían.
They were saying the same, that they were there because of what happened before, because there were old documents from the previous administration and that the administration could title them to them. That's why they were there, because of the possession, and that they told me what was going on, yes.
Was it the same people who continued to occupy in 2019, 2021, the same people who were there in 2017, 18?
Sí.
Yes, that is correct.
Would you know, or did you discuss this with the occupants? Why was it that they occupied the property in 2017 and 2018 and not earlier, say 2010, 2012? In other words, was there a particular reason why they occupied the property in 2017, 2018, as you have testified?
Yes, because at that point, at least when they started to work, they moved them. There were coffee crops and they were working there. It was in operation until 2012. So it was in proper operation, but then production started to decline and it was abandoned. There was nothing.
Okay, thank you. Do the questions from the tribunal give rise to any questions, further questions by counsel? Clement?
No, Mr. President.
No, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. So that concludes your examination, Mr. Lopez. Thank you for being here and traveling a long distance. Thank you for your time. You are released.
Thank you.
So we break now for lunch until 2 p.m. and we continue then with the next witness, which will be Mr. Enriquez. I understand. Okay. Very good. Until then, bon appetit.